Arkansas's #1 trusted source for weather. This is a severe weather alert.
Good afternoon, Arkansas. This is Rich Cease, the company director here at Arkansas Weather Watch News. Live. Warning here over Beckerville. So we're going to give you just a moment to confirm live on Facebook. Bear with me here. I'm still covering Cameron. Got a little time before it enters into the state. Okay. So, we are live. Got to get one of my moderators to know. Oh, music. Of course, there is music. That would explain why that happened. Okay, so a little bit of a bump. So we have currently a tornado warning, radar indicated. This is inside a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. That is set over here coming in from Oklahoma, and I switched over from WSB3 over to my other radar software at this time, only because I work a little bit better with this than WSB3, and I just want to double check to make sure that you guys can all hear me. Let me make sure you guys can hear me. Okay, loud and clear, great. All right, so this one here, we unfortunately get the privilege of having a little bit of an issue with radar coverage, but at this time it would be coming pretty much into your Maysville, Cherokee City at this time. I'm going to check to see here what we have going on in terms of we have any potential anything possibly on the ground at this time. Doesn't look like any indications. Just double checking something real quick. Okay. So, so yeah, at this time we would be coming into your northwesternmost area up here, and this would be for your Benton County. And yes, we can see a high amount. Let me see if I can get a radar out here to look at this, get a little better look on it. Yeah, that's going to be about the best that I'm going to do. Okay, so you're going to find that it is going to be pretty much in the center of your polygon here. And it's going to be crossing over here is this Highway 43. Yeah, this would be Highway 43 going along north of Cherokee City here, and this is going to be tracking roughly. Let's see here. The storm is moving east at 35 miles per hour, and it was located 4 miles north of Concord, which is over here. And yeah, we can see that it's got some minor rotation at this time. It doesn't appear to be extremely well formed, but we're just keeping an eye on it right now, making sure everyone's informed. If you are in Benton, western Benton County, you definitely want to take your tornado precautions at this time. Make sure you stay away from your windows and walls, and make sure you get inside and get to the bottommost interior part of your house. And let's see here. That's definitely got some really large hail with this one. This is very destructive hail, actually. And when this came across earlier, it popped up just tornado possible, and we were actually considering going live anyway just for the hail alone. It looks like we're getting definite registers of about 3.25 currently floating around up there. Yeah, this is it's definitely a smaller rotation with this storm, and so we're just going to go ahead and keep an eye on that. I'm not feeling entirely confident about this even remotely being on the ground. There's just a lot of hail in this situation. So let's see here. Let's see if we can change on over to a different view here. It's not. So I guess we'll just go ahead and do this. Go ahead and zoom out a little bit, kind of give you your bearings here. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is going to be in your northwestern part of Arkansas. It will be in Benton, this tornado warning, with 2.75-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. And the radar the radar software doesn't know what it wants to do with this warning. So at this time, you're just going to be crossing over definitely crossed over 43. It's going to be heading into your the Decatur. I am so sorry I'm butchering these names. Decatur, going towards Highway 59 at this time. And as we mentioned earlier, the storm is actually moving at, we can get a little reading on this, of course not. It's gonna be currently moving at east at 35 miles per hour, so we'll go ahead and put a track out on that. We might be able to switch back over to our W3, our other radar system here at this time. They let the warning drop. No, they did not. Okay. I was gonna say that would be silly. So all right. So we here is your projected path, and so basically what we're looking at here is the storm is going to continue moving onward. If you are in the path of the storm, you definitely want to take your tornado precautions at this time. As we mentioned, it is 70 miles per hour winds, 2.75-inch hail. This is a very, very destructive storm. The winds are definitely picking up. It's in a very highly unstable area. So you definitely want to ensure that you are taking the storm seriously, because at this particular time it is definitely picking up some rotation, and I'm wondering if there may be some indications here of a little more formation. Sorry. Oh, of course it wants that. There we go. So we're gonna go ahead and move back over to another radar system here, and I'm just gonna change this up real quick to the west. Of course, let's give us trouble. Okay, so I'm going to change over to a different radar, change over to a little bit of a radar scope here. Radar scope also helps, it's a little more cleaner. And if I could add this, just throw that there. Okay, so, yeah, we can definitely see some increase in rotation, which will end up being, if I throw it back over to our radar Mega, we can definitely see some increased rotation going along, and this will be crossing through your 102, going towards Scatter. We're gonna go throw another tracker up on here. Talking about 35, not 130, not 357 miles. Okay, so well, that doesn't work. Anyway, so we'll throw up a tracker here in a second. It's been a rough day. We've been trying to transition and trying to cover for Cameron while he's out on emergency leave. So forgive us for stumbling a little bit trying to find our footing. Yeah, so at this time the storm is definitely tracking along Highway 102, and it's going to probably end up crossing 59 here in just a few moments. So if you are within this particular path, you definitely want to take your tornado precautions immediately. I still don't have a direct I don't have a direct indication that this could be on the ground at this time. There's definitely a huge amount of winds coming out of this storm in general, which is really interesting. But we're gonna go ahead and look back over here on your WSV3 real quick and try to see if we can get a better view of this particular storm. Because if I am correct, we should be able to see let's see here, velocity. All right. Well, no, according to this, it is definitely struggling to get itself into a position where it could possibly land on the ground. This will be one of many potentials tonight that we'll be monitoring through the next 12 hours here. But as of right now, this doesn't appear to be actually on the ground. It's just you're gonna have a lot of hail with this storm. It is very destructive hail, and we're gonna have more hail storms as we go through the afternoon and evening hours here. There were any indications there would definitely be, we would end up being looking around here, and I would have to say that I think we're so far so good. But we're crossing Highway 59 now. This should already be over Highway 59, going towards Centerton, Bentonville. But this particular path of storm shouldn't, in theory, be making its way all the way there. But we're going to go ahead and put a tracker out on this. And so let's see here. So path for this particular storm. Oh, okay, yes, it is. Then it is now definitely shifting. All right. Of course, there's radar that does that. So we're going to track this correctly at 35. And there are not a whole lot of populated areas up here of where this particular storm is heading towards. So if it looks like it's going to go possibly in between Bentonville and Bella Vista. So if you are anywhere near 279, 72, even eventually as far out as, western Centerton, definitely take your tornado precautions. I'm not seeing any indication at this time that we have something on the ground, but again, we can only do so much from the weather center as opposed to, being able to know exactly what is happening. I'm checking in with my staff right now. Is there any indication? Is there any chaser on there? Is there anything going on that we could share with everybody? Just let us know if you guys find anything. But at this time, we're looking at just crossed Highway 59 and is continuing eastward at about 35 miles per hour. Yeah, it's continuing to produce a very large amount of hail. It looks like they definitely believe that the rotation or the change is moving now onward to a more northeastern approach, as we were expecting. Oops. Close that out and we can get a new bearing on this particular storm. So we have moving east at 35 miles per hour, which would be actually east-northeast. So we can see here that no reports anything yet. That's okay, you guys. Yeah, we can see at this particular time it is continuing to just rotate. So, I mean, that is a good sign that we don't have any indication that it is on the ground at this time. It continues to be just radar indicated, and this will end up tracking east northeast at about 35 miles per hour. And I'm going to try to get a better view of the storm if I can. Let's see if we can do up here. not the best one. So let's try another radar. No. Yeah, that's the joy of trying to do out in the corners of Arkansas. Unfortunately, we don't have the best radar system to tap into to see. But we continue to see definitely very large hail coming out of this system. And let's see here, is the wind still, or rather the hail still 2 point, yeah. So, yeah, we're just not seeing any signs that it's on the ground, but that does not mean that you should not take your tornado precautions, because at this time it is going to be crossing over Highway 72. Uh, this will be leading into Interstate 49 near Hiwassee. And again, I apologize for the names. I'm, you know, not the best at pronouncing the cities sometimes. So we've got this coming in at about 35 miles per hour, going over the across Highway 59, and then it's going at a east northeast direction. Like I said, about 35 miles per hour. It should be crossing here around Highway 72 and Interstate 49 here any moment. And so that said, that's there's not a whole lot of cities out here, so doing the tracking, the best that I could do is kind of give you a general idea of what kind of direction this particular storm is going to end up kind of taking. Let's redo that. So let's put it, say, about right here. Again, I don't want to scare anybody because these storms, there could be just basically smaller spin ups with just a minimal amount of potential to be on the ground at this time, because while we've got many of our ingredients in the state for very strong setups, we don't necessarily at this particular time in the day have anything to support any type of track tornadoes or any type of strong tornadoes. So I mean, that is definitely a blessing in terms of where these particular storms are at, and coming in and dealing with the large instability of air we have right now. So I'm continuing to monitor this, and I'm not seeing much in the way of any updates or anything. So I think this is going to continue to be up. And let me see if I pull up something real quick. Let's see. Okay, so we have I believe one of my somebody has brought up another destructive storm that has entered. Baseball size hail. Gotcha. Okay, so baseball size hail. Gotcha. Okay. This is definitely a very destructive storm in terms of your hail size. If it's not for the rotation, it's definitely the hail size. And I am seeing with latest scans here on my other screen that there seems to be an increase in your rotation. So we're going to keep an eye on that as it heads closer towards Hiwassee, Miller, and Bella Vista area. At this particular time, we're going to find this storm. And again, this particular part of the state, it's really hard to get a lockdown. It's part of our radar gap issues that we have. I'm going to try to lock down where as best I can potential rotation factor. So if we go by this, we should be looking, it should be crossing, um, Interstate 49 about this time here, and it's going to be right in the, right in your 7249 area. And so, latest scans do indicate a little more order to your rotation, which, doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to drop or anything, because I definitely do not see any indicators that this is or has been on the ground at this time. No, definitely not. There is a large amount of hail with this storm, though, a very large amount of hail. So, you definitely need to continue to take your tornado precautions heading towards your Bella Vista, Owasso. You're going to be impacted here very shortly. And yes, definitely, definitely consider taking your tornado precautions, and as well as getting indoors anyway. The simple fact that hail is extremely destructive. Baseball size hail is definitely a major threat. Apparently, there are reports of chasers that are particularly have made it on the scene, and I'm having my staff continue to monitor that situation. But I don't think we have any confirmation at this time that it is on the ground. And this one's a little bit better in kind of telling where it's at. So it's definitely at where we talked about, crossing to your Highway 49. And if I don't know if you hear that, but disregard that. There's not another tornado warning. It's just this one right here. And let me see if we've got. I'm seeing some reduction again. It's not a very well-formed storm. It is definitely not a well-formed storm. And so that does give us the benefit of not having to worry too much about the situation. So it is definitely crossed over through Interstate 49, and I'm still gonna try this other radar over here real quick. This could be about the best I can do. This is a little more accurate in its kind of giving you the visuals, and we can see it's definitely coming across here into your Bella Vista area at this time. Like we mentioned before, I don't believe this would be on the ground, but you need to 100% take your tornado precautions at this time. Seek shelter, get behind, get below to your lowest floor, and away from windows and exterior walls. Pretty much just kind of hang on until this ends up clearing our state, which should be in about the next 10 to 15 minutes here. So this particular area, because of our radar situation, and the best that we're going to be able to tell you is that it is crossed over Highway 49, 72, and is making its way towards your just west through Bella Vista. And if I can pull this up real quick, let's see here. Yeah. And I'm monitoring on another screen here the storm relative velocity on another monitor. I'm not picking up any debris. I'm picking up any debris signature, which is a very good sign. I don't believe this thing is on the ground. Is there any indications that it is? Yes, okay, we are getting reports of destruction of police windshields in that area. So, due to hail, so we are definitely seeing impacts from this storm. Yeah, and apparently there is another tornado warning about to enter the state, and I'm gonna pull that up real quick. Yes. Yes, it does appear that we will, as soon as I'm gonna zoom out of this and we're gonna go towards, looks like this one's gonna be coming in, from Oklahoma, just north of Stillwell, just southwest of Siloam Springs. And let's see here. Since this one's got a strong amount of wind. I will say that, but I haven't found any indications at this time, and unless we can get any of the spotters that have converged onto Arkansas to really talk about it. But I'm really getting concerned though about this increase here. Let me try another radar. Boy, it's really hard out here, out in northwest Arkansas. Yeah, I can't find any. Yeah, I can't find any indication that this is on the ground, so that's very good news. So in the Bella Vista area, if you just kind of stay in place, shelter in place, for another 10 or so minutes as it moves out of the state, you should be good to go. It is moving east-northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. We're going to take a quick look over at the other storm here. This is going to be quite a ways away still for Arkansas. So if we zoom out here, you'll see this tornado warning over here in Oklahoma. Not a lot of hail with it, but it is definitely heading towards your it will come in, and then it will kind of make a slight hook northwardly, but I don't believe we'll continue to track this storm, but I don't see Fayetteville as of right now being in that particular threat, but we'll continue to monitor that. But you've got plenty of time, guys. It is not even inside Arkansas at this time. So if you are in this particular area right here, everything from this area right here, just make sure you're taking your tornado precautions at this time and preparing for this particular tornadic cell moving in, and this one is going to be moving in at approximately this one's moving a little faster. It's about 55 miles per hour. So this one's going to be moving a lot quicker than this one's moving right now. This one continues to be radar indicated, by the way, so that is as always a good thing. There's definitely some wind. There's definitely some wind velocity. A lot of these storms are definitely going to have a lot of wind to them. They're going to have a lot of power driving them, and So that's why we've been keeping a close eye on the conditions, development of these storms here. Um, and my staff continue to tell me that there is no indication still that this was ever on the ground. So I do hope that was the case. I was not able to find any evidence to say it was either. So that is definitely so far so good in terms of news. It looks like the hail has died down quite a bit in this storm. And that is also good news because destructive hail is it's very hard to deal with. You definitely have a lot of destruction when it comes to windshields, property, you know, your basic things outside like that. Definitely to roofs and other things. But so, yeah, I think this is about to be moved out of here. Um, and we can tell. Again, I apologize. There's not a whole lot I can do in this radar gap here, to really help you guys kind of pinpoint with such accuracy, other than it's just your general Bella Vista area, which is definitely it should be about out of your tornado warned area at this time. Um, it should be crossing over to your Missouri, um, into Missouri at this time. So we don't. I don't think we particularly need to worry too much about that. It'll be another maybe 5 or so minutes to get 100% confirmation. But the best I can say is that it has not indicated to me at all that this was ever on the ground, and it never was very well formed in form of rotation. So we'll definitely take that. I'm looking around. I'm checking to see if there is any indication of. No, I don't think there's any indication. Yeah, I'm not seeing any indication of any damage other than to law enforcement vehicles. So that's definitely good news. That's definitely some good news. So let's go ahead and until a tornado warning does drop, which will be in the next couple minutes. Let's go ahead and take a look over here. So sorry. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yes. So we're definitely seeing a much more well-formed storm with this one. And we're gonna take a better look at this another angle here. See if we can get a indicator on this one. All right, just bear with me, guys, for just a moment. I am trying to my bearings on this one. I've been covering the Bella Vista one and trying to switch over to another radar system here. I don't believe this one is on the ground yet. The one that is indicated that is heading towards Arkansas at this time. Not seeing any indication that it is. So that is a good sign in and of itself. And it looks like they were able to drop that warning for Bella Vista. So at this time, we no longer have a tornado possible or a tornado warning in Arkansas. And as far as this storm out to our west that is tornado warned, I at this time I'm not entirely certain how that will go since it's outside of Arkansas. And so basically what I think we're going to do is we're going to drop out of live temporarily, so before it comes back in the state, or before, rather before it could come into the state, and so I could fix my technical issues that I've been dealing with, trying to do this live, and that way I can be even more prepared for the coming evening, and so that way I can better represent um, these warnings a little bit better prepared. Um, typically Cameron has a tried and true setup, and I have not been able to set that up myself, except on the fly. So at this time, we have no tornado warnings on the ground, and we have a tornado warning to our west that is going to be approaching. So I'm going to go ahead and drop off of Facebook at this time, fix my technical difficulties, and if it comes tornado warned inside Arkansas, we will be right back here live. And yeah, so thank you for tuning in to Arkansas Weather Watchers, your source for all things Arkansas weather.
From Arkansas's #1 trusted source for weather. This is a severe weather alert. Arkansas's #1 trusted source for weather. This is a severe weather alert.
Hello again, Arkansas. This is Rich Cease here, Executive Director of Arkansas Weather Watchers, and we have a tornado warning here for the Hot Springs area. We're going to coordinate here with Dustin. Dustin, you want to go ahead and take the lead and get yourself up and straight on the weather?
All right, yeah, just pulling things up here. And it looks like it's just going to be the south and west of Highway 270. We're going to see a lot of the rotation. Another scan just came in. It looks like it's getting ready to cross over Highway 270. So if you know anybody traveling from Mount Ida towards Hot Springs on Highway 270, I would tell them to stop and turn around. Or, you know, anybody in that area that you know that lives in that area, tell them to get in the lowest level of their home. Get away from all windows and exterior walls and get to the safest place that they have. If you know anybody traveling, tell them to find a gas station or a Walmart place of, you know, some kind of substantial shelter, because this has been tracking for quite a while now and has, you know, met the specifications to go toward warn. So this storm has been building as it's been coming across.
Yeah, that's right. We've been tracking this for quite a while, and so we're watching it come into Alamo, Joplin. If you're in, Crystal Springs Landing, Joplin, Peak, you guys need to be taking your safety precautions and tornado precautions immediately.
And if you know anybody, like I said, around Lake Ouachita area, like I said, if it's anybody I know it's getting close to the weekend, anybody out in that area, or that lives in that area, I tell them to go ahead and make sure that they know, hey, take their safety precautions, because there is a tornado warning that does cover the area of Lake Ouachita. And also Mountain Pine, just go ahead and downstream just a little bit, looking ahead, go ahead and you're probably going to have about the next 10 or 15 minutes before this comes in your area. But if this holds together, you will be next in line. So go ahead and take your tornado precautions. But right now, as it continues to hold together, it's Rich, unless I'm looking at it as not seeing a whole lot of strong. I'll look at the correlation coefficient, see if we can see any kind of damage as producing, but I'm not seeing any direct damage coming down, but so that's a good thing.
Yeah, I do not have any indicators popping up on any correlation differences, so this is definitely a good sign that we do not have any debris signatures. So yeah, we're definitely, so far so good. It is producing a little bit of hail, so it is going to be a little messy, but it's definitely trying to start, but it's not extremely well formed at this point.
No, it's still got a lot of that very broad rotation, and again, it's still scans show it right there around Highway 270 crossing. There's not a lot of towns in a high, populated area there, like you was talking about Crystal Springs, Crystal Springs Landing. There's a lot of little small towns that, even though they may not be highly populated, still, if you know anybody in these areas, or if you live in these areas and you're listening to us right now, take your safety precautions. Don't just assume, just because it hasn't been anything going on so far tonight, that this is just going to be another storm. It's just going to blow over. Folks, this has been trending upward as the night's progressed. And since, we've been watching this storm for probably about the past hour, and it has now went fully warned. And so you can see it's already produced a lot of large hail, which is in damaging winds, which is bad enough in itself. But now as it's getting later into the afternoon, as we get closer to the evening hours, these storms are going to start firing up like this. So don't go outside and try to see them. Don't try to, be a hero. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions and let this storm pass over you before you, try to do anything with it.
Yes, absolutely. So far, latest scans have indicated not a very broad rotation at this time. So they're just trying to sound the alarm right now. And switching over to another radar here, I do see a little bit of wind going on, definitely for sure. In this, I would imagine, this is part of our wind and hail threat with what we've been dealing with all day in general, on top of the rotation that it's produced, triggered by the National Weather Service.
Right. Yeah, and you can see it's also, like I say, it's in a narrow strip as far as what the broader area that is in a severe thunderstorm warning. Why they put that tour possible? That's why when we tell you when they put those tour possible tags on there, though, to take them very seriously and take them as if there is a tornado warning in the area, because at any time, there could be an unwarned tornado that touches down, even if it's briefly. But also, something like this that happens now inside of a severe thunderstorm warning tour possible. Now we have an actual tour warning inside of this polygon, as you can see that Rich has pulled up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm gonna try to see if I can. I've got. Let me check to see if we have any. Looks like we've got some en route chasers, and I don't know if we have Jesse with us right now. I don't know. I don't think, but I'll double check. If you can kind of just continue to keep an eye on the radar for me, and I'm gonna double check here to see what's going on with that. Yeah, absolutely. So we are definitely entering a very active period in terms of, your buildup of shear because of your changes, as we go further into the night. Yeah, absolutely. And so we were actually going to try to get, looks like they're experiencing some service disruption, trying to intercept this tornado. So we're waiting at this time to hear back from them once they recover signal. And this is rather kind of new to AWW, and we just kind of had to be impromptu setup at this stage, but we're going to try to get you any type of video footage we can as soon as they get more into place. Yeah.
Damage as well. So just because you're not in the tornado warning, keep an eye on where you're at and look and see what weather is doing in your area. You got as another hail storm is coming up through Mulberry and Ozark area, folks. Take that seriously. And matter of fact, also, Rich, if you look and see there, we have our first flash flood. Looks like warning up there near Fort Smith from all these storms that are coming through tonight.
Yeah, and I apologize to our viewers. Apparently, we had a slight technical malfunction and we weren't able to hear Dustin, and I believe I have corrected that now, according to the moderators. I'm very sorry. It must have sounded very awkward talking to myself in long silence. Again, I'm very sorry. This was an
You're
impromptu
fine,
setup.
man. But what we're talking about is folks up there in Pope and Van Buren County and everywhere. If we kind of broaden out and look around what we're talking about and everything, we're not taking away from the tornado warning down here
No.
in Hot Springs and Garland County, and that area is in the southwestern Arkansas. But as you're looking, folks up there in Pope County, Van Buren County, be aware of the storms and looking at your area. Don't just focus on only if you see a tornado warning somewhere. These storms are producing 60 plus mile per hour winds, and they're producing 1.5 to 2 inch diameter hail. And as far as even when they back out of the area over here in Fort Smith area, we're having our first flash flood warning. So as these storms progress on, we're not only dealing with just the storms themselves, but we're going to be dealing with flash flooding as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we got to watch that as we go into the evening hours, especially with the straight line winds that we've been experiencing off and on throughout the day. We're hoping that should start settling soon in terms of at least in northern Arkansas.
Yeah, and that it still continues that tornado warning, even though it has shrunk some, but there is still that broad rotation there. So anybody that is, just southwest of Mountain Pine. And even in Mountain Pine, I know, like I said, we talked earlier, go ahead and take your tornado precautions. Just assume that they're going to continue this tornado warning. It's going over the Crystal Springs landing area, right around there. Like Ouachita, these are not very populated towns, but they are still towns nonetheless. And we definitely want to make sure anybody that lives in these areas or, I know I'm not very familiar with the Lake Ouachita area, but I know a lot of times they have campgrounds and things like that. So if you know anybody that is up there for the weekend or anything like that, make sure that you let them know, hey, that they are under a tornado warning and they need to take cover.
Yeah, and so what we're really seeing here too is also apparently Jeff Baskin has mentioned a very strong winds near Dover, and we can
Yeah.
zoom out a little bit. We can kind of see the large development of wind behind a lot of these storms. And right now, so we really need to keep an eye on this particular area right here within this section of Arkansas, which is where the tornado warning is at. Because most of your storms in your north, they are experiencing a little more capping, but that does not mean that the capping will hold. You get a strong enough rotation up here along the boundary, you're gonna get spin ups, possibly, which you need to keep an eye on that as well.
Well, that's the only other thing too, Rich. You brought up a really good point about that. Is that looking at these storms and the hail in itself is a big enough threat, but 60 to 70 mile per hour winds can still do damage, tear shingles off of roofs. They can knock barns over. They can do. We've already had reports coming out of Oklahoma and other areas that of barns being knocked over, shingles being torn off roofs. There's a lot of things that can happen with just sheer wind power that doesn't have to be a tornado on the ground. So just because you're not experiencing a tornado warning or you're not having, a tornado, near you, don't take these severe thunderstorm warnings lightly because they are for some very powerful winds and some large diameter hail.
Yes, absolutely. And apparently we're getting reports that you can't, somebody can't hear anything. Let's see here. Let me double check.
Johnny,
Make sure
speak
the
up a little
audio.
bit.
Okay, so no, I'm sorry. That was just somebody's thing malfunctioning. We're good. So yeah, we're getting obviously I've heard quite a bit of alarms. So it looks like we've got more severe thunderstorm warnings going off in out here towards Perryville, just south of Danville, and it's just north of this particular tornado, which is near Hot Springs at this time.
Yeah, tornado warning right now. I don't think we've had anything touch the ground, have we?
No, I'm not seeing any indication over here in terms
They
of.
did drop Garland County, Montgomery, Arkansas out of this. So they are continuing to shrink the tornado warned area. So it's located 7 miles north of the town of Myers, or 16 miles to the east of Mount Ida. So definitely keep paying attention to that. And it is moving at 30 miles per hour. So
Yeah. And I'm trying to let me check something here because we've got some reports of wind damage coming out of North Russellville, and that's where Jeff Baskin had mentioned that we've got a strong wind development
Storm
here.
starting to
and
cycle.
something else, Rich, I want to let people know and think about too. The reports and everything else you're going to get are going to be delayed because these things nobody is going to. precautions. I know it's, everybody realizes first time really in Arkansas in spring that it's feeling like Arkansas springtime weather. Take it, heed the cautions, heed the warnings, go ahead and take your safety precautions. Be safe than sorry, and just, then make sure that you are listening and heeding the warnings. There's a reason why they're putting these severe thunderstorm warnings out. This is not from AWW. The warnings are only coming out from the National Weather Service. So we are just reporting to you what they are seeing and what they're putting out there. So there is a reason for these warnings, and we definitely want to make sure that don't wait until the storm is there or passing over you before you listen to the warnings, and go ahead and get in your safe spots, because like I said, those straight line winds can do just as much damage as a small tornado can.
Yeah, absolutely. And apparently we have regained some signal here in Hot Springs near this particular storm, and I'm trying to track our tracer out here. We can see that his position is just southeast of this particular storm. He is still inbound, so we're just kind of looking at the skies right now. Let's go ahead and bring that up a little bigger here. Yeah, we could definitely see that large supercell structure coming into view here. And it gets kind of hard out there in Hot Springs, in and out, because your signal is definitely going to be affected by your going in and out of bridges, things like that. So we're gonna keep an eye on where he's at over there and try to get eyes on this right now live.
Here's something else too to think. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Oh, we just got reports of rotation near Southside Lake Ouachita, northeast of Crystal Springs as of 7:15. Weak rotation near Brady Mountain Wreck area. Okay. So we are getting confirmation that there is weak rotation within this particular tornado here, tornado warning here in Crystal Springs.
So that again is an area, like I said, we were just talking about up there near Lake Ouachita and the Crystal Springs area that we were talking about. And again, folks, I know we keep saying the same towns over and over again. It's because these storms are not moving at a fast rate. They are moving relatively slowly. So, don't just, don't get out until the warning has definitely passed over your area, as it has finally crossed over Highway 270 into the Crystal Springs and Crystal Springs landing area, going over near Lake Ouachita. And, something else to think about as, it starts getting dark and into the evening hours, folks. We're not going to be able to see these tornadoes, or anything else that anything happens, we're not going to be able to see. So don't go outside. And it looks like they just canceled that tornado warning, Rich. I don't know why they would have done that.
Yeah, it looks like they did drop. So that is, wow, okay. So I guess go ahead until things have actually calmed down a little bit with this severe thunderstorm warning. Continue to take your tornado precautions still at this time, especially if you are just north of Mountain Pine and heading towards your Hot Springs Village area. Go ahead and just continue to take your tornado precautions just in case, because I'm seeing some rebuilding of rotation. So I was just curious why they considered dropping this warning at this time.
I don't know that either, and I'm curious to see why they dropped it and put it just under a severe thunderstorm warning, especially with it getting, into the evening hours where it's going to be harder to see. Stays daylight a little bit later in the as we get into the spring and summer. But folks, you're not going to see these storms as they're coming in. So go ahead and just stay in your safe spot. It doesn't hurt to just stay bunkered down, let this storm pass over, because it has been and continue to produce strong winds. large hail, and also, now a tornado warning that as it crossed over, and as Rich said earlier, some rotation that has come across with it. I would just assume and take this severe thunderstorm warning as just treat it like a tornado warning. Stay in your safe spot, because right behind it is another storm coming. So it's not gonna hurt you to stay in your safe spot, folks, and just go ahead and ride this storm out. And as these storms continue to move across, let them pass through before you sound the all clear just quite yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to continue to kind of keep an eye on some of these storms here because we've got Jesse inbound. I apologize if you were still hearing his audio. Like I said, we've been trying to work around the clock to try to do a live stream. Unfortunately, with the absence of Cameron, emergency situation that he had to deal with. So we're just kind of compensating. So we apologize again if you were able to hear wind in the car moving, but we're examining here right now the intensity of some of these storms. We're looking out here. If you do look out here in Mena, you got a nice development of a nice hail core development, and it's actually probably going to start producing hail larger than 1 inch going
That
further in.
that's got to be producing some very large hail. There's something to that. Rich, pull up your correlation coefficient, if you will. That's definitely producing something there, right around that Lake Ouachita area, the town of Avant or Avant. That is
Yeah,
either some.
yeah, I'm definitely seeing hail with all of these storms. There is quite a bit. It's quite large hail actually. There's a very large chance that this is more than 1 inch in diameter for many of these storms because usually your correlation coefficient doesn't look this dirty, not as bad. And so we're definitely experiencing a high amount of hail with these particular storms right now.
Right. And go ahead and, if you will, zoom out. We can still, you can kind of show what we're talking about and everything. Is that there's some of the severe thunderstorm warnings have dropped
Correct.
across the more towards the northern and the eastern parts of Arkansas. But if you look back towards what's still coming from Oklahoma, we're still dealing with some storms that will be coming in over the overnight hours. So, I would still definitely be watching and staying tuned, because there is a tornado warning there in, south central, southeastern Oklahoma that is still producing a line of storms that is coming this way. And like we talked about earlier, these storms will eventually get into a line and be more of a strong, severe wind threat more than a tornado threat. But until we get to that point, I would still take all of these storms, especially the ones that are off by themselves and that are moving through areas that have not been messed with yet tonight. I would go ahead and take those very seriously and watch them very carefully, because they have already we've already had 2 tornado warnings and several tornado possible severe thunderstorm warnings as we've gone throughout the afternoon and evening hours.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this time, fortunately, we do not have any tornado possible severe thunderstorms. They seem to have all dropped off. And I know that right now, a lot of different areas, especially like you mentioned, Dustin, over here in Oklahoma, we have quite a bit of firing, quite a bit of rotation going along with a lot of these storms coming out of Oklahoma, that some of them will not impact Arkansas. Some of them may later on in the later hours, early morning. So we're going to continue to watch that at this time. And I've been examining here this Hot Springs Village Area 1. The it is definitely producing quite a bit of hail. So that's definitely something we definitely need to continue to watch, especially with this particular storm going towards Perryville.
Yeah, and might want to watch that one coming behind it as well, Rich. There's still some broad rotation with it, so people, Mount Ida and back in Odin and those areas, Highway 88. I'd go ahead and take this, severe thunderstorm warning. Watch it. It looks like there could be some very broad rotation going on down there with that storm right there in right there around Highway 88 as it's crossing in, getting in there near the Odin, Arkansas area. So these severe thunderstorm warnings may not be producing major tornadoes at the moment, but I would still take them very seriously. They are producing some very strong winds and very large hail, and like Rich talked about earlier, in excess of 1 to 1.5, some even 2.5 inch diameter, hailstorms as these have been moving through.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I'm really, really getting concerned here over here in near Odin, Mount Ida, and it's definitely producing large amounts of hail at this time. And if we can zoom, maybe change the particular radar, try to get a little broader picture, we can definitely see some attempts at creating a hail core, a strong hail core within this particular system. And then we have another system coming in over here that will eventually affect the Hatfield Mena section. And I really wanted to kind of stay live just a little bit more because of the strength of a lot of these storms, just in case, so that way we're not bouncing in and out of live on Facebook, and we just kind of make sure we cover our bases here, simply because this is a wide area potential, that things can change, and we've been observing that, like you mentioned, all night, where things have changed quickly, and there's really it's just about catching it at the particular moment and period where everything can fire off the best that they can, and if they don't, then that's definitely a saving grace here for Arkansas.
Right. We've had a little bit more capping, like we talked about earlier. That we, was going over earlier today, is that we've been fortunate because of the way the front has came in and where everything is lined up, and that some of the majority of the actual front in the main section of the weather has actually moved a little bit north of Arkansas, and we've been fortunate to have some of that has actually caused a capping inversion, which means it's put a little bit of a damper on the ability of some of these storms to get going. But even saying that, as we've seen earlier, as Rich covered a tornado warning earlier, and then we talked about the tornado warning that we're just looked at tonight, there is still plenty of energy left over in the state of Arkansas to get these storms fired up. And you can see as they're moving further east, they are still trying to get going. Some of these are ahead of that dry line, which means that front, they're trying to get going, and they're going to be producing large hail. But there are still storms coming behind this that could have an increase in potential and, get firing up and making a tornado warning or two.
Yeah, absolutely. So everyone definitely needs to be weather aware, um, especially going into the next couple hours overnight. And then we just got to kind of wait to see how things go later into the evening, over to your overnight hours, early tomorrow morning. We will obviously continue to monitor the conditions, but I think at this time, if anything, we probably could stop the live and continue to monitor. And of course, we'll be right back if anything produces.
Yeah, I agree. And just do, like I said, if you would just like do a broaden out area of the state and just show everybody kind of where, we're looking all the way up here still in a just area now, just northeast of Dover, heading towards Clinton, in that area up there towards Van Buren County. Still watching those areas of wind and, possibility of large hail in that area. And then now, just south Pope County in that area right up there around the Danville, Ola area, or just south of Danville, moving east over towards, Faulkner County and Pulaski County. You got a range of storms that are moving there. Hot Springs Village, you still have that storm that's just now coming really into your area. That's still moving north and east. That's coming up. That's been producing large hail and straight line winds. And then still back off to your west there, Mount Ida and Odin, watching that area as well. And then back up to the northwest, we are watching for some of those flash flooding warnings that are coming in near Fort Smith and the Alma area.
Yes, absolutely. And so we're gonna continue to keep an eye on things. You probably noticed in my particular setup on Radar Omega, you've noticed that I have little blocks here. This is the damage in Missouri, the power outages and damage reports that occurred because of the strong front that had come in, and we currently have power outages as well up in northwest Arkansas, just east of Fayetteville. And it does look like the National Weather Service has dropped a couple counties out of the tornado watch, which would be, looks like Benton and Washington, and it looks like they dropped Crawford as well. So they are now feeling confident that that boundary has come in enough to basically essentially cut off the threat from going anywhere near more to the north. And so that's good news for our friends in northwest Arkansas, Fayetteville area.
Yeah, what we're seeing, like I said, the more what, and kind of honestly, is what they put out earlier today. As far as what you look at our map that we put out earlier today, that western central to west central Arkansas is where those storms are going to be coming across. And now if you look at it, like I said, it's really, that's the areas that we're seeing get hit the hardest tonight is western and southwestern Arkansas. And these storms are starting to kind of move a little faster down south and east than they were, I think, initially planned by model data, which is why we don't just go strictly off of model data while we delve into these storms and look into, what trends and what's going on to see, what's causing and what's happening and what's going on. So, like you said earlier, though, a lot of these severe weather, storms have finally started to drop off just a little bit, but folks, you can still see coming out of eastern Oklahoma, don't let your guard down, because there is that second round that we have been talking about earlier that is still producing a tornado warning in eastern Oklahoma. So just be prepared as we go on through the overnight hours to have a way to give warnings and have a way to keep up with the weather. And we will definitely be here to keep you updated.
Yes, absolutely. And that's the main thing, is those discrete cells forming ahead of the boundary to your north, and those are the ones that we're really kind of keeping an eye on, as well as the boundary, because you can have a couple potential spin ups, as well as damaging straight line winds and buildup of hail along that border. And you can see that right here. If we zoom in, we could see upwards of 2.5 inch in diameter hail along this boundary that is coming along through Arkansas. So this night is not over. Definitely it's gonna be a longer night, and we're gonna continue to monitor, and we'll be here for you guys. Be sure to ask any questions you guys need. The moderators are working nonstop diligently. You guys are doing great job. Everyone here in the staff are doing a great job. Thank you so much again, Dustin. Dustin's going to stay with me as much as he can throughout the night to try to help cover as I continue to coordinate between chasing staff, moderators, and continuing the live coverage. So do you have anything else to add, Dustin?
I think you've covered it, Rick. We'll be here to keep you updated with anything that changes, and just stay weather aware and have a way to get warnings.
Yes, absolutely. and continue to watch us for all things Arkansas weather.
From Arkansas's #1 trusted source for weather. This is a severe weather alert.
Good evening, Arkansas. Long time no see. We have another tornado warning, radar indicated for Mount Ida area, and this is going to be in your Odin, Mount Ida, Sims. Those particular towns right there are going to be impacted.
This is right over Highway 88, Rich. That might be, check your correlation coefficient. There is definitely some rotation with this storm right there. I didn't mean to break in and cut you off right there, but I'm not seeing anything, a debris ball or anything like that. But there is a lot going on radar with that storm right there. So if you are in Odin, definitely take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows and walls, get in the lowest level of your home, and put a helmet or something over your head to protect yourself, because this is a storm that we were just talking about earlier that was getting ready to produce, and now it has definitely definitely producing some strong winds, if not some rotation with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And this will be heading towards Highway 270, 298, Highway 88, and it's just now crossing through Huddleston. It should have crossed over Huddleston actually, and this is just going along the Odin, Pencil Bluff, Highway 88, just south of it. So this is going to be tracking northeast. And I'll get a tracker up here real quick.
Yeah, if you know anybody that lives on Serendipity Lane, River Drive, West Broadway Avenue, Linda Lane, any of those areas there, highway on coming into Highway 88 there in Odin, definitely tell them to take their tornado precautions. White Town, this is going to definitely be coming over your area. And again, Highway 270. If you know anybody traveling on the way on Highway 270 towards Mount Ida, up back towards White Town, or just tell them to definitely stop or find a gas station to get into a substantial shelter. Get away from overpasses. Do not get up underneath an overpass, folks. I'm telling you, do not do that. Find a good substantial place to find a shelter and get away from this area if you know anybody traveling on Highway 270 or Highway 88 at the current moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm definitely seeing what we were looking at earlier. That's why I kind of didn't want to break away from live, because we were seeing the potential for these actually really firing up, and they definitely did produce. And as we talked about earlier too, we got the flash flooding risk now popping up just north of this particular tornado warning, and it is producing very large hail. It still says 1 inch, but we're getting radar indicated much higher. They haven't updated this particular tornado warning.
Yeah, and looking at, like I said, Highway 270 and that Odin area, that is really very concerning, because these storms, man, that is maxing out radar. I don't know if you can see it on your end there.
Yes.
Where you're looking at and showing, if you'll show the folks there, that is maxing out radar just south of Highway 88 as it's coming into Odin. And folks, these storms are moving at 25 to 30 miles per hour. These storms are not just going to blow over and be done, in a matter of moments. These storms are going to take time to come over your area. Stay in your safe spot. Do not come out until these storms have completely passed over your area. And then we urge you to still, even then, continue to be weather aware or be watching around what's going on, because these storms are just now really, as you can see, we've had 2 tornado warnings in the past 30 minutes. These storms are starting to really fire up and get going. Definitely just stay in your safe spot. Let these storms pass by you before you come back out, because these storms are producing some max out winds and some very large hail, like Rich was saying just a minute ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you are ahead of the storm, be it Mount Ida, you're in Sims, Gibbs, Washita, Ruby, Sweet Home, Malden, definitely get into your safe zone right now, because like you said, Dustin, I am rather concerned about the amount of wind coming out of this particular rotation. It's definitely maxing out the radar capacity to register it. So it's coming in very very strong, and it's got a rather well formed rotation at this particular point.
Right, and it's 10 miles west of Mount Ida is where it said that when we first initially got the warning, that was about 7 minutes ago. And this is, folks, tell you how slow these storms are moving is 25 miles per hour. So this thing is set to, go for in the next 35 to 40 minutes. So this is not going to be something that is going to continue just to blow over and be done. I know I keep saying that, but I want you to understand that and keep reiterating that. So you stay in your safe place, stay in the lowest level of your home, get away from all windows and exterior walls, put a helmet over the head. If you're in the bathtub, put a mattress over yourself so that way you can be protected. Stay away from getting any kind of head injury or any kind of injury at all. And then, realize that, like I said, these storms are moving, at a slower rate of speed, and they are going to continue to go over the same area, which is allowing those winds to continue to, mull over the same area over and over again, which is going to cause even further damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And while you have been talking, I've been observing some of the other storms, and we've got a possible development over near Mountain Pine, just north of Hot Springs, the one that we were actually live on. It's actually got some more development and rotation, which has me concerned of a potential warning possibly coming up soon for heading towards Hot Springs Village. So this is just a heads up to kind of keep your eyes and ears open in Hot Springs Village. Maybe consider the possibility that there could be a tornado warning possibly developing soon. And as far as that goes, between your Mount Ida and your Hot Springs Village area, you pretty much need to just take your tornado precautions, stay away from windows and exterior walls, get to the lowest level of your house. And as Dustin said, even consider helmets, consider, what have you, and, just pretty much just continue to follow along as long as you can. Because I know that power outages are becoming a issue, as well as cell phone towers going down have been reported.
Yeah, that wind just continues with each scan. It continues to lower and then lessen and come back up. If anybody is in that area, do not get outside. But if we have any of our chasers or anybody that any of our moderators that can have found any reports or anything that they've got of any kind of, because I'd be very interested to see if there's any kind of rotation with that storm that is going over the Odin area right now as we speak. And I know we keep rehashing the same town names over and over again, but folks, again, these storms are moving slow. They're going to be over the same area. Each scan just moves just a little bit at each time. So definitely looking at the next scan, these things have been increasing. And Rich, I'm not sure. I would not be surprised if there is some rotation and maybe even some lowering of the clouds in that area. So Odin, I would definitely do not come out of your safe place. Anybody who lives on Highway 88 coming up near 270, again, if you're driving down 270 and you're listening to this, or if you know anybody that is driving on 270, just to the east of Odin, to the north of Mount Ida, tell them to stop, turn around, or find a gas station, a Walmart somewhere that they can get to that is out of the way of this storm.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm going to switch over real quick. And Derek and Jesse both are at the Hot Springs Village area as we speak. And I'm going to try to go there real quick. Let me double check to see what's going on out there. And let me make sure that everyone can hear you. I think you should be good. we've got a view and that, and then we're going to try to double up over here, try to get him showing, and I think he just lost service. So,
Yeah, that area is not good for signal.
no.
And
No,
also, like we keep saying, we're talking about the other storms as just northeast of Arkadelphia. There's a severe thunderstorm warning that is 1 inch in diameter, hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds that's coming up near the Prattsville and Sheridan area in the next little bit. So, folks, take your precautions. Watch this storm. I don't see any signs of rotation or anything with this storm at the current moment, but that, as we've seen with these other storms, things can change. And even just north of Hot Springs Village, there's a severe thunderstorm warning as it's moving in more back towards, again, going back in towards, Morrilton area, as these storms are starting to come into central Arkansas and move, more to the south and east.
yes, absolutely. And it looks like we've got there is a possible consideration that this is on the ground near Odin, and we do not have confirmation. I want to express that we do not have confirmation. But
If
there is
you
a
live in
possible lowering.
if you live in the city limits of Odin, East Broadway, Highway 88, Whitetown, Pencil Bluff, Allen Creek Road, Ouachita Highland, any of these areas, 88 as it crosses over into Highway 270, Brushy Road. There's several roads that come in this area. If you recognize any of these roads, Ridge Road, definitely take your tornado precautions. Get away from all windows, walls. Get down to the lowest level of your home. Put a helmet over yourself and the kids. If you're in a bathtub, put a mattress over yourself. Definitely take your tornado precautions, because this is a very dangerous situation, and that we're looking at here as it's coming across Highway 270. Just as we talked about earlier, these storms are continuing. A lot of them are right back to back and crossing over the same areas. Folks, don't give up on these storms and think that it's okay. Odin is starting to kind of move off to your north and east, so you are now more in the clear, but still stay in your tornado precautions just for a little bit longer as this comes up across Highway 270. You got Eden Lane, Blowout Mountain Road. These are areas that you definitely need to be taking your tornado precautions. Even if this is not on the ground, this is producing a substantial amount of wind. And we have, I don't know if you were definitely not had any confirmation on any of the lowering or any of that, but there is potential in the fact that this is lowering and definitely producing a lot of wind, and could be even having a funnel cloud, or, so if it's got that much, wind direction in it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've gotten a little bit of confirmation that our chasers are kind of trying to stand back and wait for what is happening with this Odin situation. They're already in Hot Springs Village. I can see that they're experiencing a lot of wind. Definitely, there is also major hail going on. Reported 2.5 inch in diameter hail going towards Hot Springs Village at this time, and it's crossing over 7 as we speak. And it looks like latest radar scan, I'm trying to find if we have any kind of debris signature. The problem that we're going to run into with this particular storm is that on top of high winds, there's also a major hail issue, and major hail can cause an issue in seeing where that particular debris signature would be. And at this time, I'm having a hard time acknowledging or knowing if there is debris.
I'm not seeing a debris signature. A lot of this looks like hail, but I'm telling you, if you look at your correlation coefficient, Rich, right now, and you look at just to the east of Highway 270, just to the southwest of Sims, I would go ahead and take your tornado precautions, because it is definitely producing some strong and heavy winds. If
Yes.
not, could be briefly touched down on the ground, but is definitely producing large hail, as Rich said, and a lot of strong and powerful winds. Sims, get in your tornado precautions. Take this very seriously as this is coming across into Chasewood Landing area. This is going to probably cross right up in the area there between Chasewood Landing and Sims. And then moving up forward the town of Gibbs, go ahead and take your tornado precautions as well, as this is coming your way next. And this thing is definitely producing, if not a tornado. Again, we do not have confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but this is definitely producing some very powerful winds that was maxing out the radar earlier and still continuing to show up on radars very powerful wind gusts, and definitely some broad rotation with this that might end up tightening up before long.
Yes, absolutely. And it is definitely registering very strong winds. And you definitely want to take your precautions, especially with wind. You could have large trees that could fall near your house. You could have pole lines down. So you want to stay safe while this storm is coming through, even if it's not on the ground, because these winds are very, very strong, and this hail is rather large. We're talking about between more like 1.5 to 2.5 inches in diameter at this time.
And Rich, if you look at it now, you take out Hot Springs Village, now starting to get into Pulaski County, now even at the outskirts of Little Rock in the Interstate 440 area, has
Yes.
now been added to that severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, and we're gonna pull out real quick. We're not discrediting or cutting down Odin at all. We're just taking a quick look over here at what is going on. If I can get that right. So we can definitely see there's definitely a large hail core, and apparently we've just gotten some can't pull it up at this time, but we've just gotten confirmation of power outages in over in Hot Springs, Garland County area. So we're definitely seeing high amounts of wind, very dangerous hail pouring down into and going into Hot Springs Village. And as you mentioned, a very, very large severe thunderstorm warning directed towards your Little Rock, North Little Rock, Mayflower vicinity. And so we're gonna just sit right tight right here. We're gonna continue to monitor this tornado and as well the Hot Springs Village area. And I'm just gonna zoom out real quick. We're gonna take a quick look at
You look at that area too. Also, notice that is a considerable damage tag on that storm that's leaving Hot Springs and Garland County area, heading into Pulaski and the Faulkner County area, in Perry County, Saline County. That has actually got a considerable damage tag on it. So, folks, take these severe thunderstorms very, very seriously. I cannot reiterate that enough. Do not disregard these severe thunderstorm warnings.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been watching this all night long, and this is our third time popping up live online for a tornado. We've been live all day with YouTube, but we break in live all the time for Facebook whenever these tornado warnings pop up. However, we're gonna find ourselves probably throughout the night breaking in for extreme straight line wind damage, possibly, or extreme destructive hail. So don't be surprised if we pop up. It won't always mean that there's a possible tornado. It may mean that we've got a severe wind or hail threat moving into your vicinity or wherever it may be.
Yeah, because again, as we were talking about earlier, and we're not taking anything away from this storm here in Odin, as we still had a tornado warning
We've got
going towards.
Sorry, Derek. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We've got a tornado warning for Hot Springs Village, and it just went tornado warn.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crossed over Highway 7. It is going towards. It should be on the outskirts of Hot Springs Village, if not already within Hot Springs Village. And this is radar indicated. We do not have any confirmation of anything being on the ground. I am going to check in with our chasers, and if you can kind of talk a little bit about what's going on with this new Hot Springs Village. I'm going to zoom out of the radar and make sure you can see both of them. I'm going to check in with our chasers real quick and see what is going on.
Anybody around the Mountain Valley area, Highway 7, as it's crossing over, going in northeast, moving at about, let's see, this storm is moving at about 25 miles per hour. There is very little hail inside this storm, which actually is not a good thing when you consider what happens within the storms that are not producing the hail, which means that they are actually more of a chance of rotation and being able to garnish up more speed and power behind the storms. So this was actually located near Jesseville or near Hot Springs Village, moving north and east at 25 miles per hour. So again, this is going to be just to the east of Highway 7 and just to the south and east of Hot Springs Village. This is going to continue to move, across into coming in closer towards the town of Hot Springs Village before too long. So if you live in Hot Springs Village, you have probably about 10 minutes or so or less to go ahead and get into your tornado precaution areas and get down to the lowest level of your home. If you know anybody in the town that lives in Hot Springs Village, tell them to get into their tornado precaution area now. Don't waste any time. It's getting darker outside. You are not going to see this storm as it's coming in. Do not worry about that. Get into your tornado precautions area. And if you know anybody traveling on the road or anybody that's out and about, tell them to stop, pull over at a gas station or a Walmart or something like that to get into a substantial shelter, so that way they can be prepared as this storm comes into a very highly populated area in the Hot Springs and Hot Springs Village area. And again, as we continue down here as well, Sims, the area just, as it's coming across, we're not disregarding that area either, as we do have a tornado warning down there around Highway 88, just to the north of Sims. As it is moving to the north and east, the rotation, it looks like it has gotten a little bit broader, but the rotation is still there. So we still do want to watch that as it continues to move off to the north and east towards the towns of Story. There's Gibbs. These are smaller towns, but we cover the whole state of Arkansas. So we still want you to, know if you know anybody lives in those areas to definitely take their tornado precautions as this continues to move off to the north and east there in the just north of Sims area there in the southwestern part of Arkansas. But as we move back over, we're looking at this Hot Springs Village. You need to be in your tornado precaution area now. This storm is definitely producing some strong winds, and I have not heard of anything, or if any of our moderators have heard or got any reports of anything of this touching down or being a funnel or anything, please let me know so we can report that to the people. But as of right now, this is radar indicated, but it is definitely very strongly coming together and moving across, as this storm has already produced 1 or 2 tornado warnings as it's came across, and now it is producing again. So be prepared, as this is part of the big polygon that we were talking about earlier that is moving towards the Pulaski and Faulkner County areas as we speak right now, that is moving out of Garland County into Saline County. And just as we was talking about earlier, the tornado warning around the Sims area has been dropped from a tornado warning. There's not even a severe thunderstorm warning. Still be watching that storm. Watch it very closely. Be weather aware in that area, as that again was tornado warned and is still producing some very strong wind gusts in that area. Yes. As we move over to Hot Springs Village again, that is still taking very strong winds and definitely moving right into a very populated area. And Rich, do you have any updates on that?
Yes, I do. We have chasers actually just south of the hook, and we're gonna try to. If you can give me a few moments, we're gonna try to get them on our stream because they're right there. So just give me a 1 to 2 minutes, and I should be able to get them up.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, I'm on. I said definitely. I said we're still watching storms as they come in from eastern Oklahoma into western Arkansas. We're still watching severe thunderstorm warnings there, as we have one still coming over into the Greenwood, Arkansas area from there in Sebastian and Crawford County areas. And we're also watching that storm that is moving just in southern Arkansas around the Malvern and Sheridan area. And then, but our main focus is still shifted right here into south central Arkansas, where you have the Hot Springs Village and just north and west of Fountain Lake. Fountain Lake, you're still in the tornado warned area. And if your tornado warned, your sirens may be going off, but this is probably going to be off to your north and west just a little bit. But this is definitely coming into the direct town of Hot Springs Village. Anybody in the Hot Springs Village area, you definitely need to already be in your tornado precautions.
We
Being the lowest
we
level
have
of your
a
home.
potential. Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have a potential CC drop. Possible debris signature popping up in Hot Spring, just
Yeah, I
inside
see that just
within.
to the southwest of Hot Springs Village.
Yeah, there it is. It's right here.
Yep.
And so it looks like this tornado most likely did touch down, and I'm getting trying to get confirmation as we speak. Radar confirmed for yes. Okay, so yes, we are definitely, it is now observed. So we are treating this as on the ground. It is on the ground as we speak, and I'm going to pull this up and show more in depth where this is.
Yep. Confirmed tornado is located over Hot Springs Village, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Folks, this is considered now a potentially dangerous situation. Move to your shelter now. Do not be getting out trying to look at this, or get away from all the windows and exterior walls. This is a tornado that is on the ground in a very populated area in Hot Springs Village area. This has been observed. This is not just a radar indicated. This has now been an observed tornado. You need to move to the lowest level of your home, get away from all the windows and exterior walls, wear a helmet to protect yourself from any flying debris, and definitely stay in your safe spot until we say it's time to come out and do so, because this is again observed and a confirmed potentially dangerous situation, as the tornado is confirmed on the ground moving north and east towards the town of Hot Springs Village.
Yes, and I apologize if you hear the loud thunder. It is very loud out where I am recording it currently. But yes, it is definitely a very serious risk at this time, because we are definitely continuing to get potential debris signatures, and I'm going to go into we are getting multiple frames of debris signatures at this time. So it is
If you are near
still
Fresno Road, Ponferrada Way, Medina Way, Manzilla Way, coming into Hot Springs Village into literally the central part of town. Right now, this is coming over areas of Fresno Road, Soria Way. If you're in these areas, folks, make sure you are in your tornado precautions. If you know anybody who lives in these areas, make sure that they are taking this seriously, as this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground, been observed. This is coming into a very populated area as we speak. So make sure, if you live in this area, that you are taking your tornado precautions. If you know anybody who does live in this area, make sure that they are safe and that they are taking their tornado precautions, as this is a potentially dangerous and very serious situation.
yes, and we're continuing to observe this coming through. There are I definitely see continued large hail threat with this particular storm. And it is still, yes, this is still registering. It's actually registering 2.75 inch diameter hail. So we're talking very large hail. We got a tornado on the ground, potentially still on the ground. and it is heading now to your Walker, and northeast. We said we clocked that at 25 miles per hour, correct?
Right.
Yeah. So it's heading northeast at 25 miles per hour at this time, and well, I mean, all we can do is just continue to take your tornado precautions, and be safe. And if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask. Our moderators are here trying to answer your questions, but we do at this time definitely have indication that there is a debris signature in this particular area, and I'm going to try to show this on the radar here. We can
And
pull it
folks,
back.
do not try to go out and take photos or videos of this. I know we said we have chasers that are in the area. These are trained chasers who do this for a living, that know what they're doing, and there's no disrespect to anybody. But this is, not a situation where you need to be outside trying to look at what's going on or try to be, camera hero tonight. We need to make sure that you are safe. And first and foremost, we want you to be in your tornado safe spots, taking care, taking shelter, taking cover from this storm as this tornado is on the ground. We do have chasers that are trying to get footage of this so we can give you on the ground coverage, and not just what we have coming in on radar, but we are trying to get you on the ground, live footage. But until any of that happens, just continue to stay in your safe spots as this storm continues to move off to the north and east of Hot Springs Village, which is still showing very strong winds, very strong signs of rotation, very powerful amounts of shear with this storm. There's now even coming in as parts of a roof that has been blown off of a house in Hot Springs Village. So, folks, that is more than likely going to be very seriously looked at in the upcoming days as possible tornado activity. As we have seen that there's already been an observed tornado. Now we have reports of a roof that has been blown off of a house in the Hot Springs Village area. Folks, if you are downstream of this to the north and east, moving up as this thing moves off to the north and east, like Rich was talking about the towns of Blocker, there's other smaller towns that we can, look ahead and try to see that, as this storm continues to move off to the north and east. Folks, take this very seriously. Assume that this is still on the ground until we have confirmation. Otherwise, this is moving up towards the DeSoto Boulevard area, the Brazo Way area. If you live in any of these areas or you recognize these roads, make sure that you are taking your safety precautions, as this is a very strong, powerful storm and a very potential dangerous situation with an observed tornado that was on the ground and is still possibly on the ground at this time.
Absolutely, and we continue to register very, very strong winds with this particular storm still. So we are assuming that it could be still on the ground, or it could be still, it might be recycling or pulling up, but we still don't have any indication that it has left the ground. So at this time, we're still treating this as if it is on the ground still, and it is observed.
If you live like anywhere Merced Way, this is moving kind of off to now just to the east of Hot Springs Village. Hot Springs Village, still stay in your tornado safety precautions. Do not come out yet. Let this storm continue to pass over and let everything clear before you come out. But this is now moving off a little bit more towards the east, and Rich, I don't see where anything would show that this is lifted at any stretch of the imagination. If you live anywhere near the Lake Lago area, Minorca Road, Brazo Way, DeSoto Boulevard, any of these areas just to the south and east of Lake Cortez, any of these areas start sounding very familiar to you, you need to already be in your safety appears to be on the ground.
Yes, absolutely. And so we're definitely continuing to see a very broad rotation on this radar, and the winds are still registering upwards of 70 miles per hour on the radar. So yeah, I would not assume that this is up and off of the ground at this particular time.
I said, have you been able to get in contact with Derek or any of them to see where they are at this time?
Yes, they're safe. They are just south of it. Unfortunately, they're having technical difficulties with the live feed, but they are capturing it. So we will be able to have some of that at a later date. Unfortunately, I don't think we can get that live at this
Okay.
time. Just due
No,
to technical difficulties.
this is definitely. Um, I don't see any. This looks like it is definitely on the ground and now moving up really close to the Lake Lago area. This is still in right around just to the north and east, a little bit of Hot Springs Village. Again, this storm is only moving about 25 miles per hour, has produced an observed tornado that we have no indications of that has actually lifted or any kind of reports that this is not still on the ground. So I would treat it as it is. And not only, even if it isn't on the ground, this is still producing very strong, maxing out the radar type winds, which is, producing very strong wind gusts at this time and producing very large hail that, like Rich has been talking about. Again, this still shows that it's, I could see them going past this 14 minutes and continuing to add this on further to the north and east the way that this is going at the current moment. And this is heading into the Saline and Pulaski County area. So anybody in Saline and Pulaski County, around the Maumelle area and area south, I would definitely go ahead and be watching this storm, knowing that you have probably about 20 or 30 minutes to watch this and see what happens, but get ready to take your tornado precautions as this is, still moving off to the north and east, and again coming into the counties of Saline and Pulaski.
Yeah, absolutely. And because we've got forgive the pronunciation, Blocher. We have that city out there, and it's definitely going to head through there, and it's going to continue in a northeast trend. And at this time, just in case, if you are in the cities of Reform, Heron, anywhere along Highway 9 or any of these major roads near Hot Springs Village, definitely take your tornado precautions at this time, because like Dustin said, we have no indication that this is not still on the ground. I continue to see debris signatures at this time, especially, let's see, the latest frame. Yes,
And
there is still.
Like you're talking about, Rich, and that's another thing too. While we tell you this, to treat it as if it's on the ground, is because there is not anybody that's going to be able to get out there and always be able to have eyes on this that is trained spotters. So we need you to just assume that this is on the ground and take your tornado precautions and treat this storm very seriously. It has already produced a tornado that has been observed, and it may be, by the time we get our reports that come in, or sometimes delayed, sometimes people coming back after the storm has already passed to be able to see what damage has been done. So go ahead and take your tornado precautions and treat this very seriously, as this is a very potentially dangerous situation that is moving over the Lake Lago area right now. And forgive me if I butcher that pronunciation, but if you live in that area, you know the name and you need to take precaution area now. If you live up in Mail Trail or Danville Road, as it's going up into the town of Blocker, or, again, definitely take your tornado precautions, because as each scan comes in, this continues to show very high and powerful winds, and this thing is not letting up. And if it is not on the ground, it is still producing large hail and very, very strong wind gusts.
Yes, and I definitely can see that, and I am continuing to check the debris signature. Latest frame shows there still is a small debris signature, so we're going to continue to definitely assume that this is on the ground, and so we're just tracking it out to the northeast here, and this is still going in the direction.
Latest update, Rich, I'm not trying to cut you off. I
Yep.
just latest update that came out is that they canceled Garland County. Garland County still stay in your safe spots for just a moment. Make sure the storm has passed. They have continued Selene until about 8:30, and as of 8:18 p.m. Central Standard Time, a confirmed tornado was located over Hot Springs Village, moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. So at 8:18, which would be just a couple minutes ago, that this was still showed to be a confirmed tornado located, as we were talking about, over the area of Hot Springs Village. So it did pass through a very populated area, and this is still moving off into the north and east. So Saline County, you are now under the gun of this storm as it continues to move off. And as we talked about earlier, that they would keep this and increase this as it moves off to the north and east. So Saline County, be watching this storm as, again, this is moving 15 miles per hour. This is not going to move over your area very quickly. This is going to continue to move off very slowly and produce a lot of high power winds with a lot of large diameter hail, sometimes up to 2 3/4 inch diameter that has been reported. So with that being said, really want you to watch this storm. Now, the rotation with the latest scan has broadened out a little bit. So that is a good sign, as maybe we can get another report that hopefully this thing maybe has lifted up, would be really a good sign. But folks, still treat this as it's on the ground, as the tornado warning is still there. And as of 2:18, there was still that tornado that was observed just over near Hot Springs Village.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the latest correlation coefficient has shown that there continues to be a debris signature at the heart of this particular rotation. So we are definitely still gonna assume that it's continued to be
really picked up.
Mm-hmm.
That really picked up just south of Blocker, folks. If you live just south of Blocker or anywhere in that town and
Danville
area,
Road.
Go ahead. You can keep going, brother. Yeah, you're right on target. This is going over Goose Pond Mountain. If you're in that area or know anybody who lives in that area, folks, you need to tell them to take they should already be in their safety precautions, but if for some reason they're not, you need to let them know. And anybody on in Blocker and towns of Sulphur Springs Road, Mount Ida Road, Danville Road, as Rich was talking about just a minute ago, folks, you need to be taking your tornado safety precautions, as this still looks to be a very dangerous situation as this is continuing to move off to the north and east, and the tornado still shows to be observed and not letting up at any current moment.
Yes, absolutely. It has not let up, and we continue to see debris signatures. Latest scan, yes, continued debris signatures. So this is continuing to be on the ground at this time, unless it was very, very strong debris, but I don't suspect that, given the way that this has registered, because it keeps refreshing. It seems like it's a new debris signature. So we're going to continue to treat this as it's still on the ground, and you need to take your tornado precautions right now.
Yes, don't wait until you hear tornado sirens going off or anything of that nature, which they should be already. But even if they're not, go ahead and take your tornado precautions and stay in a tornado safe spot. Hot Springs Village, this should be off to your north and east at this point, so you should be okay. But the town of Blocker, as this continues to move off to the north and east, folks, tornado sirens are meant to warn people who are already outside to come inside. So do not wait until you hear tornado sirens going off in your town to take this situation very seriously. This is a very dire situation. This has already been a tornado that has been observed. It has continued to, it looks like it's continued to strengthen as it moved across Hot Springs Village. Like Rich has talked about, the debris indicator shows that there has been very strong indications that debris has been lofted up into the air, and the radar is actually picking up on that debris as it's being lofted into the air, which is what that signatures is we're talking about. So, folks, we've already had damage reports of a roof blown off a house. This is something very serious, very dangerous. Take your cover right now. Take the situation very seriously. If you know anybody in the area, tell them, hey, take your tornado precautions. If you can't reach them on the phone, try any other means that you can to reach them and tell them that they need to be taking their tornado precautions.
Yes, absolutely. And we continue to track this storm northeast, going towards Perrin, Reform. It's going to cross over Highway 9 here in about 15 to 20 minutes. So if you are anywhere near Highway 9 in that particular area, definitely take your tornado precautions at this time. Latest scan indicates there is still a small debris signature. So we're definitely very concerned at this point for a rather long tracked tornado spin up. And we apologize, we cannot get a live feed at this time. It's also very dark, and quite a bit of power outages. I imagine that might be contributing to our technical difficulties out there.
Rich, while we're talking about it too, if you'll zoom out just a little bit, this is not to take anything away from the tornado warning, but as you were talking, looking at other areas, have not neglected any parts of the area, but if you move up to the northeast part of the state where Greene County and the town of Paragould and just moving through Craighead County and Lake City and Jonesboro, those areas are in a severe thunderstorm warning as with 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds as well, and those are for about the next 30 minutes to 40 minutes. So folks in the Greene County area, Craighead County area, around Jonesboro to Paragould need to be in their safe spots, watching these storms very closely, as these could, turn, more severe at any time as well. So folks, we don't want you to think we're not covering that area. As we say, we do cover the whole state. So we do want to make sure that you are noticing that if you live up in the northeast part of the state around Jonesboro and Paragould, that you are under severe thunderstorm warning for the next 35 to 40 minutes.
Yes, absolutely. And we continue to monitor that, and I'm monitoring as well the flash flooding event that is happening out over to the west of this tornado warning, and this is going to be for your Plainview
And there's
area.
another tornado warning. Another tornado warning that just popped up to the south and east of Blocker. I'll get the report on this as soon as it comes up. Let's see. This is covering the areas of Highway 9, just to the south of the area we're covering right now, Rich.
Yes.
Issued a tornado warning for Saline County, produced near Hot Springs Village, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Hot Springs Village, you are in the hot zone tonight. This is, again, off to your north and east. Hot Springs Village, you are not under this tornado warning. I want to repeat that. You are not under the tornado warning. This is still off to your east and northeast. But if you are around Highway 9, as it's moving in from Garland County into Saline County, I want you to definitely be watching this storm as in Perrin and as it continues to move off to the north and east.
Right, yeah, you've got Highway 9 out there, you've got Sulphur Springs Road, and you've got, this is going to be near the Saline River, going to your northeast, and we're clocking that at 20 miles per hour. So we've got an observed.
That is being radar indicated currently.
Yes, the observed one is to the north of that, and we're continuing to watch that. And then this one is still radar indicated with 2.75-inch hail diameter. So this is very large hail still, just like the other storms we've been watching. And this is going to be rather strong winds. And we're going to try to get some radar indicated wind speeds here soon.
I'm wondering, Rich, here in the next minute, you have that other tornado warning. I'm wondering if this is actually the storm to the south of this area that's just to the northeast of Fountain Lake. That is probably fixing to be the area of rotation that's fixing to take over, and they're going to probably drop that one just to the north, would be my best guess. So just to the south of the town of Blocker, as it's moving out away, that is the one that they're going to probably keep.
Right.
thankfully, right now that is still radar indicated. But if you know anybody who is, just around the Highway 9, moving toward the town of Bland, if you know anybody moving off that direction, there is a very broad rotation around this. And again, they did just drop that tornado warning to the north. So that is out of the way there. Still watch that storm very closely. If you are in Perrin, Reform, or in those areas, do not take your eye off of this storm, as it has already produced a very large tornado, as we reported earlier. Very large hail that is coming with this storm. So do not take your eye off of it just because you're not under the warned area anymore. But we now move our focus and our attention down just a little south of the area of Blocker, which is luckily and thankfully moving out of some of the very more populated areas. But we still want anybody that lives in this area to take your tornado and safety precautions.
Yeah, and that's going to be for your Highway 9 and your Highway 298 over here in Bland, and this is going to be coming in at about 25 miles per hour. So you've got, unfortunately, if you're near Rubicon, Highway 9, you've got very limited time. But if you're further along Highway 9 as well as Highway 298, you've got a little time to get yourself secured, the bottom level, away from windows and walls, and prepare, because we don't know if what has particularly transpired. It looks like it might have kind of I guess merged into another particular cell, or merged into another shift in that storm. So we don't know if it's on the ground still. I'm not seeing any indications of debris yet from this particular new change. So
I believe you're right. I'm not seeing that either with anything. Now there is still, if you look up just now these, as it's come together, you still have that broad severe thunderstorm warning that covers the Saline and into Pulaski County areas. And you also go just to the north of that as you move into the Yell and Faulkner County areas, as the storms that are moving off to the south and east that have some broad rotation with that as well, that is moving from Morrilton down towards Conway, that is now under severe thunderstorm warning as well. So these are all coming together. And as we said earlier, we were nowhere near done just because of storms that had passed through earlier, or because it got dark outside. These storms were just getting ready to get fired up. As like Rich said, they're getting the extra shear that they need. They're getting the extra power right as they need at the right time. And with the CAPE, that is the energy that they have to get fired up, they are now acting on that. And again, just off to the west of Hot Springs Village, we still have another severe thunderstorm warning that we are watching. And that's even in Hot Springs Village, you are still under a severe thunderstorm warning. So folks, do not let your guard down. Let these storms pass and take them very seriously, because 2.5-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds is nothing that we would want to see in any location. So we definitely want to make sure you are in your safe spots, as we are still watching this tornado warning area right there along Highway 9, near just southwest of Bland, around Highway 9 area in Saline County.
yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking for them to change this warning pretty soon to make it a little broader, because it seems to be drawing a little more eastward than northeastward. And so we're kind of just observing possibly this maybe a frontal push, or basically
That front is pushing it down, and that dry zone starting to come off in the northwest of those areas. It's starting to give more energy as this lower level jet kind of pushes this storm system off to the north and east, and that's where that energy is coming from, that is giving more extra push to these storms and giving them that extra fuel. So wow, and they trimmed that severe thunderstorm warning back just as I was getting ready to talk about Pulaski County, but then they turned around and have trimmed that severe thunderstorm warned area back considerably, to now they have taken Little Rock out of the severe thunderstorm warned area. So that is something to, pay attention to and watch as we're moving forward, with our storm coverage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to continue to try to put a track on this. The thing is that this particular storm is going through a rather open area of Arkansas. So we're gonna try to kind of put a tracker on this. It's a thing is that it's
Hey,
not gonna.
Rich,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you, my friend, but
Yeah.
that severe thunderstorm warning that we were just talking about now, that is in coming out of Yale County into Faulkner County,
Hmm.
is now tornado possible with a destructive damage threat attached to it.
Yes, that is correct. I see that now. Yeah, 2.75 inch in diameter hail. So it is trying to say that there are multiple potentials inside this severe thunderstorm warning. So if you are anywhere in this particular severe thunderstorm warning at this time, you need to be open to the possibility that there could be a potential spin up along with what's going on right now. So otherwise they wouldn't have put that in there and changed that if that wasn't a consideration. And we're trying to examine here the
Yeah, they
velocity.
shrunk the area of widespread of the nature of it, and they took a more in-depth look at a specific area as far as what you're looking at in Saline County right now
Hmm.
before it moves off into Pulaski County. So folks in Saline County, just in north and east of Fountain Lake, continue to watch out that area. That storm has already produced, again, an observed tornado right now, according to all indications that we have, is very broad rotation and is radar indicated. But for the next 20-25 minutes, as this moves off towards Pulaski and Faulkner County, this will continue to be monitored to see what they want to do as they move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely observing a shift in the dynamic of this particular cell because it was a little more linear up until recently, and we anticipated a eastward shift as this particular front started coming down on Arkansas more. So we've just been kind of waiting to see how this all panned out when this particular shift is going to occur, because that primes your chances for a stronger rotation when you have a shift of that magnitude.
Right. As these storms try to move off more towards the east, the more southerly they try to turn, the more they're going to turn into a more volatile storm that turns into getting more and more into that energy and increases their potential of getting more and more severe as the evening goes on. This is still, moving off to, if you look at it moving off, go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, it's moving off to the northeast and it's still going about 25 miles per hour. We still have 2.75 inch hail reported with this particular area, and actually it's 2.75 as well in the entire severe thunderstorm warning section. So it's still producing very large amounts of hail, and I'm continuing to monitor the debris signatures. I'm not seeing anything but the hail at this time. So there is no indication that this is on the ground, but it is now going to start approaching people. It has definitely moved through Highway 9. We expressed, you guys need to get into your safe zones and away from windows and exterior walls. And now it's approaching your Highway 298, just north of Bland. And so we want to continue to stress that this is not over. We don't know the condition currently. All it is radar indicated. So you need to continue to take your tornado precautions. Get to your lowest level of your house, away from your windows and walls. If you have blankets and even a particular helmet, that works too. Just take your precautions at this time. And we're also seeing more indications of larger hail that is larger than 2 inches in diameter. So this is a very, very destructive storm system going through, and we're continuing to monitor the other ones as well. To your west, you've got one coming through near Highway 298, 27, that is actually a little bit of a concern, and we're worried that there might be a potential there a little later on. But we're still live. We're still here on this tornado warning that is coming through. Yeah.
That tornado warning is getting very broad in rotation, which is a good thing, and why they've continued to keep that as there. It'll probably start leaning more towards expiring as it comes, as the scans continue to go this way. But they will continue that severe thunderstorm warning to go along with that, as well as the storms continue to move off to your north and east. Which, speaking of that, I was looking at that while I was trying to catch my breath for a minute, and I apologize for that. But if you look off at northeast Arkansas again, no, they still have your Jonesboro back towards your Jackson County going up towards Craighead County is still in your still in your severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as this going up towards areas of just north of up towards Mississippi County and just south of Greene County. So as that moves off into the north and east before it gets on into Missouri, we do want to let keep that area updated that they do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are still up there in that area as well as also the one just north of the one we've been talking about now there in Faulkner County, and that is moving more towards the south and east. That is going to impact the areas of Conway, as just left the areas of Morrilton right now.
Yeah, and thank you, Chandler and Ruth, for bringing this up. Apparently, there is a mess of discussion about this particular area as we speak, and it says, as the storm moves east-northeastward, the storm scale environment could support the development of a strong tornado in the vicinity of western Little Rock over the next 60 minutes. So they are very concerned about this area to the west of Little Rock right now.
So Pulaski County, let that be your first warning to watch this storm very carefully. To the northwest of northwest areas of Pulaski County there in Little Rock, up towards areas of Maumelle. And as it continues on, let this be your first warning that you need to watch this storm very closely and keep monitoring this and be weather aware as this storm continues to move off to the north and east.
Yes, absolutely. And it's yeah, it's still rotating. It does have a broad rotation, and we are definitely still getting significant hail indicators with this storm. So it's still very much so going, and it makes sense that they put out a mesoscale discussion about this, because it looks like the relative helicity increased from 152 to 225. Yeah, this increase in low-level shear will continue to support a tornado threat. So that would be why we observed what happened earlier while it was on the ground and it shifted. That makes a lot of sense why it did what it did.
Mm-hmm. And again, you still got to do that. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you're on Highway 298, we let you guys know about 10 minutes ago to get to your safe zone. You're now going to be under this threat coming through. We don't know if it's on the ground. We still have radar indicated. So it is now going over Highway 298, and it's going to be continuing northeast toward your Lake Norrell Road. And that's that's going to be a rather low populated area, but if we have any viewers out there, you definitely need to take your tornado precautions immediately.
Right, and we still have areas up here to your northwest part of Arkansas that is still has a line that is coming through severe thunderstorms as well, and flash flooding. Folks, don't take away the fact of that, you know, with this much rainfall this quickly, that, you know, signs of flash flooding is something that we have to take very seriously, as well as these storms pass through and drop off, you know, a couple inches of rain at, you know, and in about, you know, 20, 30 minutes, then, you know, your area could be, you know, lower, especially lower elevated areas could be covered in, you know, flash flooding rather quickly. So if you do see water, do not try to drive through it, turn around and, you know, try to find an alternate route.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
But if
we're definitely it is definitely continued to withstand everything. So it is a continued track west of Little Rock, and I would dare say that the track that it's currently on will definitely put it very close to western Little Rock as it continues to progress, if it continues to progress.
Yeah, Highway 10 is directly in the path of the way where this storm is going right now.
Hmm.
And it looks like I just seen a comment that said something about Hot Springs Village is setting up a command center. If someone else can verify that, or someone in the chat, or who's listening to the video, or one of our moderators can verify that there's something there, then that would mean that definitely something that is strong came through Hot Springs Village. And if that's the case, that they're setting up a command center, let everybody in that area know where that's at and what they are doing.
Yeah, absolutely, because that would definitely be an indication that we definitely had a very serious storm, and it was indeed on the ground and may have done considerable damage to a particular area. We definitely need to get a second confirmation on that. And because we've got a few confirmations from individuals, but hopefully we can get an official statement out on that so we can definitely confirm that.
And anybody asking whether the whole anything is clear, there's nothing going to be considered all clear until the overnight hours. That, you know, as these storms pass through, the low pressure system is starting to finally come through and move into Arkansas and push these storms on out of over to the eastern and northeastern parts of Arkansas. But we're not going to give anybody the all clear until all of these storms have continued on through the area. So you can go to sleep tonight. Don't, you know, nobody's going to have to stay up all night like we plan to. But also at the same time, know that make sure you have a way to get warnings and keep a way to be weather aware.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm continuing to check in out. It looks like I may have some I have live footage from Jesse, and I'm going to bring this up at this time. Let me see if I can bring this up. And it looks like he has some footage out there. Yes, there we go. I'm going to put this in the bottom left-hand corner. You can see that he is currently set up, and he is looking towards the, if I can find his particular dot on the, I think he's looking from the back end. No? I'll have to double check to make sure where Jesse is, but he is definitely observing the system, as both him and Derek were trying to cover this. And as you can see, there is quite a bit of lightning. I'm going to move this over to the far right corner here so you get a little more view. And you can see there's definitely a lot of lightning with this system. It looks like
You're
we don't.
also looking at the area. This rotation has really gotten very broad, and it's starting to really fall apart, which is a very good sign for areas as it continues off into the areas north and east. But still, Pulaski, and as it's still in Saline County, as it's moving off towards Pulaski County and Highway 10 in the Ferndale area, still watch this very closely. But unless you are seeing something that I'm not, I will be very surprised if they do continue this tornado warning.
Yeah, yeah. There was a whole mesoscale discussion about this, but it's not it's not very significant, and so
And let me
I'm
let me
just yeah.
reiterate what like kind of what we're talking about. What Rich is saying there too is that just because like they put these out to make sure that everybody is aware. Now this could, there's areas and that could happen and things that we have to watch out for, and that's what we do is here our so weather watchers is monitor these storms and monitor their trends and what they're doing. And that's, just because they put it out there doesn't mean it won't happen, but it does mean that it can happen. And so folks, just because it doesn't look like it right now, make sure you're still paying attention to these things. But hopefully, what the worst case scenario won't happen tonight, and these storms will start to filter out as they move across the state.
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely observing the weakening of a lot of these storms, and not to detract from this tornado warning or anything, I just wanted to show real quick. We can see, we can definitely observe that our northern part of Arkansas seems to definitely have weakened in terms of threat, and it looks like, yeah, it looks like there have been several counties now up here in northwest Arkansas that they have dropped the tornado watch. And if you are out of that tornado watch, I would say that you're good. You're good to go. And as far as what's down here, if you are in that tornado watch, and you are eastward, I would definitely be patient and see what's happening as the system continues to push in. And the thing is about the system, even though it's going east, we are expecting this boundary to push further south eventually, to where the southern Arkansas will definitely experience a very minor version of this, because it's not that power in the air cannot last forever.
You've got that, and the capping aversion will eventually take over as the night goes on,
Hmm.
and the dry line as this is moving across, which is causing a lot of this to shift further over to the east as it pushes across with the cold front that is coming off from the Oklahoma area now, that is basically already coming through where these storms have started at. So it's already making its way into eastern Oklahoma, and that will continue to push these storms off further to the east, southeast, as Rich was talking about, and taking the severity more away from the storms and making them more of a still producing some strong wind gusts and the possibility of a spin up, but the less severe supercells that we have been seeing tonight that we've been covering for the last couple hours.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do have confirmation that Jesse is observing this storm from Benton. So he is observing it from the south. Oh, we just also got confirmation that there is a new tornado warning issued. So let me go and pull up our
Yep, there
velocity.
it is. This actually covers the area of Little Rock and West Little Rock. So the
Yes.
area that was in the section earlier that they dropped off of it, that like we talked about, they were looking and seeing what it was going to do. And now that they see that area, if you look back there towards the back ridge off towards southeast where that little tornado warning is still hanging on, they got a little bit of that Boeing area there,
Yeah.
and so they're expecting this to continue on, and the conditions are there for a tornado to spawn back up. Just because things have died down doesn't mean that they have completely gone away. So here we are. We are presenting now the area of Pulaski County as it moves off in from Saline County, moving off in towards Pulaski County and towards the Faulkner County area as areas of Maumelle and western Little Rock, all the way down to Interstate 440 up to just south of Mayflower on Interstate 40 is going to be in this tornado warning as it's coming up on Highway 10.
Yeah, absolutely. So, towns of Avila, Twin Springs, Martindale, Spring Valley, Eastville, definitely consider being in your tornado safe spot. We have no confirmation that this is on the ground at this time, but we're continuing to treat this as a severe threat, especially given the speed of the wind as well as the hail. So we're going to continue to treat this as a very severe threat. And as we can see, we do have our chasers out out here watching this at this time. And I'm going to go ahead and take that out so we can see your city your path of this particular tornado warning. I'm going to zoom in here, and I'm also going to talk a little bit about where this is going to pass. This is coming into Congo Ferndale Road, East Lawson Road. It's going to pass County Line Road, and this is heading northeast into Holly Springs. Holly Springs, you've got a little bit, not long, so definitely get into your safe zone. For this Villa, you should already be in your safe zone. And let's see, is there another particular town? Yeah, Twin Springs, Martindale. So
yeah, Rich, have you did you take a look, and not to interrupt what you're saying there, but the new MD that just came out for flash flooding for 2 inches per hour rates that are getting up to 3 to 5 inches total in some areas. Now that is a average in everything, so do not take that number, but that is for most of Arkansas.
Okay. We definitely were concerned about a potential flooding event with this storm, and just getting word that there is definite concern with development with this particular location, and so we're going to continue to monitor this. We have no confirmation that this is on the ground at this time. So we're just basically waiting until we get any type of confirmation, because
it's basically doing the same thing like the other one did just a minute ago. And to tell you how slow these storms are moving, this tornado warning goes for 47 minutes. So when a tornado warning is set for 50 minutes, these storms are going to be moving very slow. So folks, you're going to have some time to prepare for this as they come your way, but don't wait to the last minute to get your tornado precautions. Even though this is showing signs of broad rotation, this is continuing to pass off to another system that is giving rotation to itself, and then it is continuing to move off to the east and continuing to affect areas as it is now coming into the area of Highway 10 that's going towards the west side of Little Rock, that is in the tornado warned area. So do take this storm very seriously, as they probably will let this other tornado warning go ahead and drop after another minute or two. But we still do have this other tornado warning that is going to be here for the next 45 to 50 minutes. That is still having radar indicated with 1 1/4 inch diameter hail along with it, and definitely going to have strong wind gusts as we've seen throughout the night.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to make a correction. That was the current chaser we are currently watching is Derek, our own Derek. He is actually watching this storm. It was not Jesse's feed. We I guess they got around the technical difficulties, and that's how they were able to do it. And they are sorry. They are actually north of Alexander, and they're looking towards the northwest, sharp northwest view of this storm as it continues to come in towards Little Rock. So they are positioned, as you can see on the screen right now. They are positioned, just right here, looking towards this this rotation, heading towards the Little Rock, North Little Rock, Maumelle area.
Do you have any audio from them, Rich?
I will definitely try.
I mean, you don't have to. I was just curious if we could get them to see what maybe they're seeing, because on a computer screen at night, I know it's a little bit more difficult. I didn't know if we might be able to get a report from them from what they have seen tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will attempt to do that. You'll have to give me a moment. Yeah, go ahead and talk a little bit about this particular. It looks like they dropped the tornado warning here.
They did, and again, they continue to drop and pick up this severe thunderstorm warning just to the north of Little Rock in Faulkner County, and just north of Faulkner County, as in areas of Greenbrier and Conway, Valonia, Beebe, Cabot, Searcy, as this area starts getting to this area, as we see that is starting to come in to this severe thunderstorm warning. Folks, if you're in the areas of Faulkner County, let's say Greenbrier, Conway, Valonia, Cabot, Beebe, as this thing starts heading off towards White County and Searcy, folks, definitely be paying attention and looking at this severe thunderstorm warning that just popped back up again with 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as it continues to move off towards the south and east, and with this storm that we have here coming into the west side of Pulaski County into Little Rock.
Yes, and I do want to make mention that there is a possibility with one of these storms, we may temporarily lose the live feed. And if that happens, Dustin will jump back in and do a live feed from his particular house. Right now, the live feed is being done from me, as where I'm not in the weather center. So just be aware if there's an interruption. We'll be right back.
I'll be back. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, but I do also, Rich, if you look to the very far southeast of this storm that is coming into the Little Rock area, that is could be crossing over 440. So I want everybody to understand that, is right there in Little Rock, right across 440 is the Little Rock Airport. So I'm not saying that this area will be impacted. I'm just saying I want you, if you know anybody who is at the airport or has a flight leaving out tonight or, early in the morning, definitely let them know that this storm is heading that direction. And even if there is not a tornado warning, tornado that does affect the area, that at least they can make sure that they are watching it and making sure that they know that it is a possibility that the airport could be affected by this here in just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll continue to check in. Right now we're watching the live stream of Derek. I'm gonna mute that. It's probably pretty loud. Derek is currently traveling on looks like I-30, and so he is following this storm as we speak. So he's definitely trying to stay ahead of it while keeping an eye on it. and we're going to continue to show that live chase stream over in the bottom right hand corner. I'm just going to minimize it a little bit so we can kind of go over, especially some other potential places that need to consider taking their safety precautions at this time.
Yep, because there are right now counting 1, 2, 3, 4 different severe thunderstorm warnings across the state, and one in central Arkansas, 2 in western and northwestern Arkansas, and then one over there in northeastern Arkansas that is fixing to leave the state and head into western Tennessee. So if you know anybody in eastern Mississippi County going into western parts of Tennessee, I would definitely let them know to be prepared as this storm continues to move off. Right now it is 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, but they still do need to watch that area as it moves off out of the state and into Tennessee. But we also have one in west central Arkansas, again, 1-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind. So watch, that storm is actually just to the south and east of Fort Smith and continuing to move to, points south and east. And then we have another one that is coming up behind Hot Springs Village that is 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is set to expire within the next 10 minutes unless they continue to carry that on. But we are here watching this tornado warning that is currently radar indicated with 1.25-inch diameter hail that is entering the western parts of Pulaski County. And the radar is looking like this storm is definitely tightening up a little bit. Seeing some very more signs of stronger rotation with this storm as it is starting to head into the parts of western Pulaski County and the Kamek Village and Pulaski Heights. I would go ahead and take my tornado precautions and be prepared as this storm is getting ready to cross over 430 and Highway 10 before and Interstate 630 as well within probably the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we're I'm not sure if they increased the hail size indication, but we're seeing a little bit larger hail than reported.
It did go 1.5 inches or 1.25 inches.
Yeah, and so really, honestly, this particular rotation has it's definitely broadened more. And I wonder what could be cutting this off. Is it possible that it has run into some capping?
Now, right now, hey, while we're talking about this is still radar indicated 1.5-inch diameter, but this is moving into a very populated part of it's this thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Chenal Valley or 8 miles west of Little Rock, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Now, this is not showing the same implications as the tornado that went through the town of Little Rock not too long back. But I do want everybody to Little Rock to ease their minds that, hey, know that this is a tornado warning that is moving into your area. But, I do want you to take your tornado precautions, move into a safe place, especially if you live in western Little Rock around Chenal Valley, Pulaski Heights, in those areas. I want you to take your tornado precautions right now, very quickly, get into a safe spot, get away from all the exterior walls and, get in the lowest place of your home, put a helmet over you and the kids. And if you're in a bathtub, put a mattress or anything that you can that's soft over you to protect you from this area as this storm is moving into the parts of actual Little Rock right now.
Right, absolutely. I've been looking at debris signatures. I'm not seeing well, there was a slight concern, but I'm more willing to bet it could just be hail disruption, but we'll see. At this point, as we get closer to the radar, Little Rock radar, we're going to experience pretty much a radar distortion, and the trajectory of this particular rotation is taking it straight to the radar center. So we're going to try to do our best to observe this. The best thing that anybody can do, if you're listening and you are in the path of this particular rotation, treat it as a tornado, treat it as a very serious life-threatening situation, and just take your tornado precautions. Do it anyway, because we're going to have a very hard time identifying specific details the closer it gets to this radar. And unfortunately, when we grab other radars, we will not find very much detail that could give us any indication. So we're going to rely on trained spotters to help us and the National Weather Service identify if this is on the ground.
Now, Rich, I will tell you this, two things about this storm that confirm what you just said is one thing is what we're looking at is this storm has moved all the way from Hot Springs Village all the way up into Little Rock. This storm has not quit. It has not died off. It has continued to, it lost a little bit of power there in Saline County, but it has picked it back up. And as you can see on the latest scans, even though this is before this gets to the radar, as like Rich was talking about, where it distorts the image of what we're being able to tell by radar scans, this is picking back up in rotation, as we can see with the latest couple of scans. Now, I don't know what it's going to do here as it moves off to the north and east, but again, like Rich said, I would treat this as a tornado on the ground, as this storm has produced a tornado. It has continued to move off to the north and east and been almost tornado warned the whole time. So I would treat this as if this is a tornado on the ground. I would go ahead and take my tornado precautions and just get to the lowest level of my home, get to away from all the windows and exterior walls, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, protect your head from any flying debris, and just assume that this is a tornado on the ground and that this is going to continue to move off to the north and east, and wait until this passes through your area before you come out of your safe spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just wanted to briefly mention a slight concern that I've had up here is the growing development of this particular severe thunderstorm warning. While it's not tornado possible, I am observing definite high amounts of concern in rotation. And so if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, I believe this covers, let's see here, this will be White, this will be Faulkner, this will be...
and I think, if I'm not mistaken, my family is probably listening. If they are listening, they live in Faulkner County, and I definitely tell them to go ahead and treat this as a very dangerous situation in itself, as this straight line winds and partial rotation is coming into the Bologna area, moving from Conway out from Mount Vernon towards Cabot. So this is your first warning, Cabot, that you need to be prepared to watch out for this storm as this storm moves off to your south and east, but also as this tornado warning storm continues to move up to your north and east as it comes your direction. So, but be prepared. But also for the areas of Faulkner County and everything else, definitely in the central Arkansas area, as Rich was talking about, just to the south of Bologna there, around Highway 64 and that new bypass that they just put in, looks like they are getting some higher sounds of rotation there. If you look at the latest scans, that it might be some new areas of rotation that is coming up over the bypass that they just built around the sides of Bologna there.
Yes, and I do want to report that we do indeed have quarter-size hail up in northern White County. So it's not radar indicated, but there definitely is some hail popping up within this. So it's not necessarily within that front. There is new developments, and we can definitely see here on the radar up here in northern White County that there's definitely a lot of stirring of the atmosphere, which can definitely help with your hail production. And I'm going to update this trajectory here just as the National Weather Service updates the warning. So I'm going to go ahead and update this here. And it looks like we're still on track. We're still on track towards a northeast trajectory of about 30 miles per hour still. Let's see. I believe we still are on a 30 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour winds. Yes, this is moving east at 35 miles per hour, excuse me. So if we can get a better track on this, is really hard.
And also that storm there too, Rich, is not only in Cabot, but that storm there could also affect the Little Rock Air Force Base. So you have two storms that are not only coming, one for the Little Rock National Airport, and which it looks like it might actually go just to the north of the airport, which would be a really good thing. But also the other severe thunderstorm warning that we have up here that's coming out of Faulkner County going in towards the northern parts of Pulaski County and is going to maybe cross over where the Little Rock Air Force Base is. So if you know anybody that's on the Air Force Base, go ahead and give them their alert that this is their first warning that they could be in the path of this storm as it comes through.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we want to do is we want to continue to monitor this situation because we're having with a little bit of a convergence. We've got a north versus south, and that's eventually a lot of these cells down here in the south is going to converge into this boundary that is trying to work its way down. And so we can see here there's definitely there's a lot more flash flood warnings coming out here, and you mentioned up to 6 inches possibly.
3 to 5 inches is what the latest MD said.
Gotcha. I haven't been able to check in on that, but yeah, that's definitely a major concern, and a lot of people talk about severe weather as if it's just tornadoes and straight line winds and hail, but there's also the massive flooding. So we're just kind of basically monitoring this and waiting to see. We can definitely see that there are reports now of 1 inch hail, spotter hail indications. So we're starting to get information now on the ground. So we're just kind of waiting this out.
If one of our moderators could find this, there's a report in our chat that there is multiple trees down in Hot Springs Village due to severe weather in the area. Traffic is being diverted in the 3000 block of Highway 7. DeSoto Boulevard is impassable at the time. Please avoid the area. If anybody could look into that and see what all that entails and how much of that area has been affected. That's the second time we've heard something about the Hot Springs Village area. That was coming from a person who was definitely watching the storm because they reported a funnel cloud that was over 298 when we were talking about it earlier. So I would definitely be interested to see if we could find out more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And our staff are hard at work trying to gather as much.
At that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just waiting to hear some extra information from them on this. And so we're going to continue to cover this, and we're going to continue to try to track this particular storm. It's getting messy and it's getting distorted. So we're going to do our best here. We're just going to say if you're in this tornado warning anywhere near this particular path, you need to take your tornado precautions. We're just waiting to see if this is going to produce and be on the ground, but we're not going to wait for our safety. definitely need to take our tornado precautions and get to your lowest level of your house, away from the windows and exterior walls.
Yes, because that is definitely becoming very distorted because the fact that this is getting right there, um, because this is getting right there next to the, uh, right there next to the radar site, and it's definitely getting where it's going to be very hard to read or pay attention to, see every detail that's coming out from that.
Yeah,
So if you live in western Little Rock, as this moves into central Little Rock, Highway 10, moving across 430, where Highway 10 meets 430, as it's going to continue on. If they extend this, this will move on into eastern parts of Pulaski, western parts of southern parts of Faulkner County, where Interstate 40 is between North Little Rock and Maumelle. You'll definitely need to keep an eye on this and watch this and make sure until this storm passes before you come out of your safe spots.
yes. Um, okay, so we are, it looks like we did get some information out of Hot Springs Village that there was indeed a touchdown. Damage reports from, um, yes, there does seem to be some damage reports out of Hot Springs Village from that tornado earlier. That is the same cell of this. It went through earlier today.
Right. Uh, well, our thoughts and our prayers are definitely with people of Hot Springs Village and that Hot Springs area. All the way, to the points east of there where that are, affected by that area. And folks, at the moment, do not try to get out and go out there tonight unless you have um, uh, definitely a way of getting there to anybody that you need to. Let the town try to, get everything sorted out. Emergency personnel is going to be out and about trying to get to anybody that they can. And also, power lines can be down. That can cause a danger to anybody who doesn't know the area very well. So, as much as we want to help and get, any involved in any way we can, let's let emergency personnel do what they need to do, get, help to where they can, and then when daylight comes out where we can see where we can, definitely be a help. Which, speaking of that, as soon as we say that, here comes a new severe thunderstorm warning out for the Hot Springs Village area.
Oh, that's really rough considering what just went through. Let's take a quick look at that. While we're not taking anything away from the Little Rock tornado, but at this time we're just kind of quickly looking over here. It looks like 1.25-inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds. You can definitely see the disturbance of this. You can definitely see this is definitely,
98 again.
yeah. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be riding along your 298. It's going to be you can see a hail core forming within it. So definitely expect that hail to increase over time because our instability is really not going to clear until this large boundary kind of comes in and sweeps it up like a broom. So that's going to be a little while. So definitely count on these storms continuing to be very, very strong, very, they're going to be moving very slow, but some of these have started to pick up. And unfortunately, when you have slower storms, you have more flooding potential. And we're seeing that. We're seeing flash flood warnings popping up all over the state at this time because of that.
Yeah,
It looks.
just looking at, I was just looking at that tornado warning area to see what Mike could be able to find as far as what was going on with that area there. It's just, again, as it gets so close to the radar site, folks, this is almost impossible to depict what you're actually seeing unless we're able to, get any boots on the ground and see what's going on there. But, definitely continue, taking your tornado precautions. And, Pulaski County, this goes all the way from Pulaski Heights all the way up to just north of Maumelle as this continues to move over to the north and east as it heads towards Sherwood. Sherwood, you're kind of right there at the radar side as well, North Little Rock. These are areas that are going to be hard to depict anything as this storm goes on through. So to continue to be on guard on the ground, and you're just going to stay in your safe spot until the tornado passes through. And then if there's not a tornado, then that's even better. But just make sure that you are definitely in your tornado safe spot, so that way you are protected in the worst case scenario as we try to see what we can see as this gets closer and closer to the actual radar site as it goes basically directly towards it.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we're trying to reconnect with our chasers. You'll have to give us a moment. It looks like,
While you're doing that,
yeah.
I'm gonna look. This storm now over here. This is a very broad as they're still, showing this severe thunderstorm warning. The hail isn't such a major part in it as is less than 3/4 of an inch in diameter, but it's definitely producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, which, as we know, anything 60-mile-per-hour winds or greater can do the same damage as a small tornado or knock over trees on houses and things of that nature. So definitely treat that area as if, it was, a tornado possible tag or anything like that. There's a reason why they put the severe thunderstorm warning out there, and that they continue to keep it going. As this continues to move out past Conway, it's moved out past Bologna. This is now moving more in towards the Cabot and Jacksonville areas. And as this continues to move on down, I will be surprised if they continue that severe thunderstorm warning as it moves on to the south and east. But again, you have the parts of Jacksonville right around where the Little Rock Air Force Base is. You have Cabot and those areas, Beebe, McRae, all the way up towards Searcy as this is continuing on out your way. So as this moves out of Faulkner County into White and parts of northern Pulaski County, you definitely need to keep an eye on this storm. Even if it doesn't go toward warrant, you still need to make sure that you are keeping an eye on that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, due to continued technical difficulties, we're still unable to achieve a visual at this time. So we're going to continue to just cover the forecasting aspect here. And we're just going to hope for the best that this continues to just be a rotation up in the sky and not a on the ground situation, because that's obviously we don't want a repeat of what just happened earlier with Hot Springs